Hi there, everybody. Whoa, is that too loud? Check, check, check. I think that might be too loud. There, we'll try that. Hi there, everyone, and welcome to part 4 of the Outer Worlds 2. This is Scotch and Smoke Rings, and the way this program works is for the first hour or so, we have a bit of a Q&A, and then we dive into the game. So if you're watching the VOD after the broadcast, and you're just here for the Outer Worlds gameplay, skip ahead about an hour, and that's when it starts. Otherwise, welcome to the program. It's time to dive on in. I have my rum and coke, and my scotch. Though my ice machine wasn't working, so no scotch and ice, just scotch. Monterey says, did you hear about the Grand Theft Auto 6 delay? Yeah. Made a lot of people really disappointed, and I feel ya. I'm really sorry. I'm not a big Grand Theft Auto guy. I played Grand Theft Auto 4. That was the last Grand Theft Auto I played, and even then, I only played a few missions. I didn't beat the game or anything. But I enjoyed what it was that I played. But still, I've been there when games have been delayed, and if something I was passionate about got delayed, I'd be really upset. So, hang in there, everybody. I know you all have been waiting for a very long time. It'll be there. It'll come out. Okay. Lots to cover today. I hope you have been enjoying my recent videos. Published a new video earlier this week on some of the biggest artifacts in the Fallout universe. Working on a new video right now that I hope to get done this weekend and publish around Monday or Tuesday of next week. And I released my 2026 thumbnail calendar. Something I've been working on for several weeks now. As many of you know, I've been hiring artists to produce original art for my YouTube thumbnails recently, and I decided to compile some of the best commissioned art that I hired into a thumbnail. And so I put together, into a calendar, I meant to say. So I put together a calendar of some of my best thumbnail art, and it's currently for sale on my Fourth Wall shop. You can find it pinned to the comment section here of the chat, or it should be underneath the video if you're watching on YouTube as well. It's not on Twitch, but it is on YouTube. Or if you go to my Linktree link, I have it linked there as well. The Burned Man Walks says, I don't know if you have, but you should listen to the radio stations. They had a lot of fun making the songs. I think a few might even be references to you. Really? Well, I doubt that, but if they are, I'm completely flattered. I'll take a gander. I'll take a listen to the radio stations. I can't sit and listen to them during a broadcast because I'm supposed to be broadcasting and entertaining people and talking and providing feedback and commentary. And I can't do that with the radio blaring. So maybe we'll listen to a few minutes of the radio. But yeah, it's not something I can just sit down and listen to. Gabriel Martin says, hi Ox, hope all is well. I am as we speak. Downloading The Outer Worlds 2. What do you think of the game and what would you rate it right now? I'm really enjoying it. It feels like The Outer Worlds 1. You know, I'm not that far into it. I'm in the first land area that we get to explore. So far, the characters are well done. Some of them are funny. Some of them are too serious, just as they were in The Outer Worlds 2, or in The Outer Worlds 1. We've collected a couple of companions. You know, the quests are fun. So I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I don't really see it, at the moment, any better or worse than The Outer Worlds 1. They're pretty even in terms of quality, as far as I can tell. Which, you know, I wouldn't expect anything less from Obsidian. So, yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Also, let's see, what else is there? Bought a new computer. It's not here yet, but I figured that this one that I built a long time ago was about time to retire. I went and looked back at the date when I purchased all of the components, and I realized that it was 2016. So this computer is almost 10 years old, and it's powering all of my video production. This is my new computer, and it plays the games, and it allows me to play all of the more recent games. But this computer over here that I use for my actual work, my video production, is nearly 10 years old now, and it's clearly the most important one, right? So I needed to do an upgrade. It started to take a really, really long time to process footage, render footage, especially if I ever want to start moving into 4K videos. I just need a better computer. So I finally broke down and bought one. It arrives in a while. It's going to be a couple of months maybe until it gets here. But when it gets here, I'll let you all know. I'm really excited for it. It's my big purchase of the year, and hopefully it'll make an improvement on the speed in which I can complete my videos. Tagatha Plays says, "Hello, Ox. We've been watching for years. We usually watch Fallout 76 to sleep to. Finally caught you live. Thank you for being you." Well, Tagatha Plays, extremely kind. Thank you very much. Alaska Furry on Twitch says, "I assume you heard about the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition. We know what that means. Ruined mods and the Creation Club. It is an update, after all." Yeah, and, I talked about it on the day of the broadcast. On Fallout Day, October 23rd of this year. It just so happened to fall on a Thursday. So after the big Fallout Day broadcast, I went over the entire broadcast during my show that day and talked about my impressions. And so I won't bore everybody by going over it all again. But, I'm glad that they're continuing to do updates. I wasn't particularly thrilled or inspired by any of the updates that they announced. I wish it had been an actual new game or a remaster or something, new that transformed the existing world of Fallout. But no, it's just more cardboard and boxes and pretty pieces of paper. So, people like that kind of thing. Anarchist69 says, "I've given it much thought about where I would like to see a new Fallout. One is in New York, and the second would be in Texas. What do you think? Much love to ya and the kids." Thank you, Anarchist69. I agree. Both are excellent choices. We know that New York is one of the places that Bethesda wanted to set a Fallout game, but they opted for Boston instead of New York when they sat down to do Fallout 4 simply due to hardware limitations. It was impractical for them to create an actual believable New York metropolis that people could actually explore with the hardware that existed at that time. So they settled for Boston. But we know it's on the horizon. Maybe they'll set a game in New York at some time now that hardware has improved since then. That said, they did set Fallout Brotherhood of Steel in Texas, in Carbon, Texas. And it would probably be good for the lore and the continuity of the universe to actually set a game in Texas, a canonical game in Texas, to sort of put to rest any sort of story that might have been told in Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. No, that never happened. That was some mass hallucination. This is the real story of what happened in Texas, right? Wouldn't that be nice? Greg in the chat says, "Hi, Ox in chat. Pardon the caps. Just very excited. Hope all is well." All is well. Feeling really good today. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to broadcast tonight. I've been working hard on my lore videos. We're getting into the holiday season. I'm doing a lot of stuff. So I can definitely do an hour, maybe two. I'm not sure how much longer after that tonight because it would push me out to 1 or later if I do the full 4 hours. Just letting you know now, I'll broadcast for as long as I can tonight. Cheng Yang says, "Let avoid bad about Legion. And what do you like about the Kaiser's Legion?" I'm going to try and interpret that. I know we've all got our fat finger days. I certainly do. But I'm assuming this is a fat finger day for you. And that you're trying to say, let's avoid talking bad things about the Legion. So, Oxhorn, what's something that you like about Caesar's Legion? I like their hats. They've got some good hats. Some of them have feathers. Some of them have wolf heads, which is, pretty cool. I guess I can't say that I like their hats more than other factions' hats. They're adequate hats. They've got reasonably adequate hats. There's nothing that I dislike about the hats. I was gonna say that I like their outfits, because some of the outfits are okay, but so many of them are based on just football uniforms, and I can't see them without thinking like high school hockey player or high school soccer player, a high school football player, right? It's just like, why? They're really good at killing tribals, and, not that that's a good thing, but many of the tribes that they were at war with were no better than they were, so I don't know. Very little positive that I can say about the Legion, but there you go. Hats is right up there. The Wandering Minstrel says, after 2 weeks in Salt Lake City, I'm home warm and safe. Thank you very much, The Wandering Minstrel. Hope you had a wonderful time in Salt Lake City. Welcome home. Random Fandom says, I wonder if cysty bananas exist. If bananas genetically modified grow cysts in the Outer Worlds universe. Thank you for asking that question. I'm sure we're all better off today with that thought in our minds. Thanks to you, Random Fandom. Brandon Beltfed says, NASA is launching a satellite to say sorry to the aliens. They're calling it Apollo G. That's good. I like that one. That's pretty good. I like that a lot. Haven't heard it before. Very clever. Okay. So I've been putting this off. I've been collecting props. And I've been meaning to show them to you. I showed one last week, but then I found a big stack of boxes in my office that I put in a corner, and I have forgotten to show you. Every time Bethesda comes out with something new, if it's something I think fits my collection, I'll buy it, and then it arrives and I forget about it because I can't take it out of the box because I want to show you guys first. So I figured I'd start going through this big stack of props that I've purchased. And we'll go through about 3 today. I've got more sitting over there. And we'll go over those later. But as I said last week, I try to collect props that I think a courier or a lone wanderer or a chosen one or a vault dweller or a soul survivor would collect. Something that would remind him of his travels through the wasteland, right? Which is why I like collecting some of the chems and the boxes of ammo and the bottles and some of the foodstuffs, right? So I don't like things that are self-referential. I don't want a prop that says Fallout on it, right? Because you wouldn't stumble upon anything in the Fallout universe that says Fallout, a post-apocalyptic RPG game, right? You wouldn't. So that's not the kind of thing I typically collect. So let's go through some of these props and see how well they fit in my paradigm. Jonathan H. says, in reference to my membership milestone comment, I had quite the culture shock on Steam with its uncensored content that I won't be playing. What are you telling me? What are you telling me, Jonathan? That you stumbled upon some uncensored video games on Steam? Okay. Maybe I'm not connecting the dots correctly. I'm scrolling up to see what you were talking about. Oh, I did miss it. Yeah. Previously, Jonathan said, speaking of computers, I just finally got a gaming laptop after being on a console my whole life. Good God, I didn't know what I was missing. And you succeeded that comment by talking about the not safe for work content on Steam? You didn't know what you were missing. Well, now you know what you're missing. What you were missing, Jonathan. These are things you don't admit publicly, Jonathan. You don't come onto a YouTuber's chat and say, "Yeah, I was just browsing the not safe for work section for Steam recently, and man, some of those thumbnails, whoo boy." Yeah, you usually don't admit that publicly, but anyway. Glad you found a new hobby. Jersey says, over 4 years of watching, looting, lore, and horse punching. Lots of love for Ox and this awesome community. Thank you very much, Jersey. Random Fandom says, no apology from me. I'm glad it didn't come with an apology. Thank you, Random Fandom. Ouroboros became a Silver Ox. Thank you so much, Ouroboros. Okay, let's see. So this is first up. Let's see if I can find it. Or if I can open it. There we go. It's a T-51 helmet statue. Paperweight? I don't know. I mean, it's clearly too small to be worn, but it looks like it's in a pretty big box. Mini desktop statue is what it says. Okay, I could imagine some corporate executive at West Tech having a statue like this on his desktop at work. I mean, it's not something we stumble upon in the Fallout universe. We can stumble upon robot models, but we don't stumble upon power armor model kits. But clearly something like that would exist, right? So it's not outside the realm of possibility. Okay. Well, I don't want to break this. No colorful papers inside the box. Good. I don't need excess papers. Though I have to admit the user manual that comes with the Fusion Flea and the other cars that the Wand Company makes, those are all really nice. Okay. Jonathan says, I didn't know what I was missing with mods on Fallout. Not that content. My wife and I did almost die laughing at the fact that those games exist, though. I mean, you're going from not safe for work games on Steam to not knowing what you were missing when it comes to Fallout mods. Well, if you haven't browsed... if you haven't browsed Nexus mods and other mod marketplaces... there are equally not safe for work mods for Fallout there as well. So, I mean, I think that's pretty much the answer for everything. Like, anywhere you go, there's an adult section of it. Like, you'll find boobs everywhere. If you look hard enough, almost everywhere. Okay, so here we go. Looking good. So we've got something that absorbs, and then this so that it doesn't bang and scuff. Okay. And there it is. That's what it is. It's a T-51 desktop statue. No moving parts that I can see, but pretty good quality. Like, I gotta say, it looks really nice and solid. It is as advertised. Does this move? It doesn't move. The visor doesn't move. But there it is. That's what it looks like. Cool. Let's move on to the next one. Now, let's see. I bought this in February. And then I forgot about it. Let's see what's inside. Ah, okay, I remember this now. Had to complete my Nuka-Cola bottle collection. This is Nuka-Cola Mix. And it's not an official Nuka-Cola product, right? This is a wasteland product. If you go to Nuka World and you start exploring the theme park, you'll find that people, after the bombs dropped, took a bunch of Nuka-Cola bottles, scribbled on, like, this is a mix, and started making graveyards, which is just mixing a bunch of flavors together. And that's what this is. This is a Nuka-Cola mix bottle. Something you could find in the ruins of Nuka World, so perhaps I brought this home as a souvenir. Jonathan says that was a shocker too, lol. My dumbass thought adult only meant extra bloody. I mean, you're admitting that you looked at adult only mods right now. That's what you're doing. Not that I'm not judging. That's fine. It's totally cool. You can imagine my shock being an innocent console player. I bet you... Jonathan, no one's asking you to divulge all of this information about your private browsing habits. You are just coming out with it of your own free will. You are sharing this with everybody on your own. But you know what? Again, I'm not going to judge. If that's your thing, go for it. I'm sure it's not your thing. You were surprised and shocked. You absolutely didn't expect to see that when you searched for adult-only mods. You thought extra gore. Or extra explosions. I'm the same way. When I see adult only, I think, man, extra explosions. All right, let me get this open. And there it is. Oh, it comes with unique Nuka Mix bottle caps. Look at that. It's a little blurry. Oh, that's great. And the bottle itself is tinted a little bit of a green color. Huh. So if they made a mix of Nuka-Cola by finding old Nuka-Cola bottles and mixing it, they wouldn't have been able to change the color of the bottle. Which means that the Nuka-Cola company came out with their own Nuka mix? That doesn't make sense. A cola company wouldn't come out with a brand of cola that's a mix of other colas. Like Pepsi hasn't come out with like Sprite mixed with Mountain Dew and Pepsi and called it Pepsi Mix. They would never do that. But now we're supposed to believe that the Nuka-Cola company actually did produce a drink called Nuka Mix. That was a mixture of... But see, you can see the Nuka-Cola label underneath, which always led me to believe that they drew on it with like brown marker and then drew Nuka Mix on top. But the fact that it's got custom bottle caps that say Nuka Mix and that the bottle itself is blown in nuclear green glass, unlike every other bottle in the wasteland, wastelanders couldn't do that. So it has to have been made by the Nuka-Cola company. Someone didn't think this through when they were producing this prop. Someone didn't think through. No. I don't buy it. I don't like it. I'm not buying it. Good quality, though. (2242) Iron Wolf says, radiation, that's the answer to everything. Ha 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 ha. King Demon says, my wife says it's radioactive glass. Yeah, but only the Nuka Mix bottles? Even if we were to believe that the crazy magical radiation of the Fallout universe could somehow infect glass and make it radioactive glass, which changes the hue of the glass, why would it only do that to Nuka Mix bottles? Why not Nuka-Cola bottles as well? Because they're made from glass too. And yeah, it is real glass. Like it's a good quality prop. The lore doesn't make sense. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, I got another box here. I bought this in March of this year. Probably another bottle. I bought all the bottles when they came out. I just haven't opened them all yet. Oh, by the way, the last 5 Fallout New Vegas snow globes are for sale at the Gaming Heads website. I bought mine yesterday. The U.S. warehouse is sold out, but they're getting a new shipment in. If you've been collecting the snow globes from Fallout New Vegas, and you bought the previous 2 series, the final series just came out. There's only 3 series. The first series had 3. The second series had 3. And this third and final series has the 5 remaining snow globes. Gaming Heads is really slow with how they produce stuff. Like, it's been 3 years since they first started advertising the snow globes. It's just... I was looking at something that I purchased. I purchased a Nuka Girl statue from them 5 years ago. And it's still not put into production yet. Was it 5 years ago or was it 4? Either way, like a very long time ago, and it's still not done yet. So the company has some stuff to work through, but their quality is really good. Anyway, just letting you know, if you want to get your hands on that, it's currently for sale on the Gaming Heads website. Okay. All right. Nuka-Cola Twist. I love this pink bottle. This pink and green scheme. So cool. I'm trying to remember where we found Twist. Is it another mix? Or is it an actual published drink that Nuka-Cola came out with? But it gives the impression of being like a Sprite flavor, like a lemon lime. Oh yeah, that looks great. Okay, there's the bottle cap. Yeah, awful. So blurry, but the cap itself is really good. And then there's the bottle. Actual glass, dyed pink. I don't remember it being pink in the game. Is this 76? Anthony Puke, or Anthony Puck, says this is Fallout 76. Oh, Fallout 76 had Nuka-Cola Twist. They shouldn't do Nuka-Cola My Blood Is In It, because that was never released by the Nuka-Cola Corporation. But then again, not everybody else has my weird role-playing rules about collecting props, so I suppose they can do whatever they want. But I wouldn't be able to buy that one. Well, I suppose you could. I could. If I was thinking that my character stumbled... But then again, you can name it 3 different things during that quest. Nuka-Cola My Blood Is In It is only one of the 3 names you can choose from. So which one are they going to choose if they decide? That's why they haven't made the product yet, because there's no way you could name it. Unless it comes out with stickers. And then you just put the sticker of the name you chose in your game on the label. Okay. I should be in, product. I should work for like a product company. Coming out with manufacturing this kind of stuff. Love this bottle design. It looks really cool. I love that it's the rocket bottle. I love the pink glass. The label looks really good. All right, well, I got another stack over there. I'll go through that in another episode. That's all my props for now. Michael Ewan says Nuka Mix was only made in London. Now it's in the lore. Oh, was it in London first and then appeared in Fallout 76? Jonathan. Jonathan says, in retrospect, I should have known what that category was, but sometimes I'm not smart. Lol, but for real, being able to mod New Vegas in 3 is pretty awesome. Yes, Jonathan, it's awesome being able to mod New Vegas in 3. In fact, it's difficult to get New Vegas and 3 to even work without mods. So, at least back when I was playing them regularly, modding them was kind of a requisite. Like, I couldn't even get it to work on my machine unless I modified the game. So, yeah. Anyway, those are my props. Thank you for indulging me, everybody. Wandering Paladin says, hey, Ox, have fun. I'm under the weather tonight, so I'm not staying, taking some meds and going to bed. Wandering Paladin, I'm so glad you stopped by, and I hope you feel better soon. Alt Grendel gifted 5 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Thank you very much, Alt Grendel, and congratulations to Yips, King Thors, Lucas Rumfield, Anna Banana, and Dead Milton. Awesome. Thanks again, Alt Grendel, and congratulations all. Greg says, would you buy and use a Ulysses alarm clock that, instead of beeping, monologues until you turn it off? Yes, I totally would. I want a Ulysses alarm clock that gets mad at the courier for being the one who destroyed the divide. And that's what I want. 40 minutes that confrontation was. At the end of Lonesome Road, I timed it. That one conversation with Ulysses, 40 minutes. Incidentally, at the beginning of Old World Blues, the conversation with the brains in the jars, 40 minutes as well. But at least that was 5 different characters. Jonathan H. says, well, that's just Bethesda for you. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, games that are 15 years old, even from other publishers, have a difficult time being played on modern computers. So. Knights Templar says, in your opinion, which vault that we know of in Fallout is the worst you have seen? I mean, where do you even begin? They're all so awful. I mean, the Bakersfield Vault deliberately infected their people with radiation, from post-war radiation, didn't allow the door to close so that it got invaded by people from Bakersfield. That's awful. Vault 106 deliberately put hallucinogenic drugs into the air filtration system to see what would happen. Like, that's awful. Like, where do you... I don't even know. Vault 11 is pretty bad. I guess Vault 11, where they demanded a sacrifice or something. That was a pretty awful one as well. But which is the worst? Difficult to say. I guess I'll go Vault 11. KLX says, hey Ox, been watching you since the Rafflemow video back in 2007. Keep up the great work, brother. Thank you very much, KLX. I'm still here. Gosha on Twitch says, hey Ox, hey there, Gosha. Nick Knack says, did the Vault Tech rep know the bombs were about to drop, or was he just trying to use fear to make the sale? Seems like he knew. I don't think he knew. I don't think anybody really knew when the bombs were going to drop. I think that using fear as a tactic to sell was probably baked into his sales training. Every Vault Tech sales rep is going to be told to make your customer fear about the apocalypse so much that they feel compelled to buy a space in the vault. So yeah, he was definitely doing that. But did he think that the apocalypse was going to happen in, 15 minutes after talking to the sole survivor? Probably not. We find other Vault Tech reps, like there's that random encounter you can stumble upon the van with the body of the Vault Tech rep down by a river. And he didn't know. Like, he was actively selling spaces in the vault when the bombs dropped. He was at his van, and he still succumbed to the radiation. So, yeah, the Vault Tech reps were just sales guys. They were just sales guys who were lowest on the rung in terms of the Vault Tech company. So they wouldn't know. Jonathan H. says, okay, last super chat. Have you tried Jones Soda Sunset Sarsaparilla? I want to try it, but nowhere near me has it, sadly. I sadly haven't tried it yet. I hope I get a bottle of it. Michael Ewan says, are you favoring a faction like Auntie's Choice, the Order, or the Protectorate? I'm not really favoring any right now. I greatly dislike the Protectorate. There's a lot about Auntie's Choice that I don't like as well. I don't think I know enough about the Order at the moment, so yeah, it's too early in my gameplay to make a big decision about factions like that. Oh, I've been stifling a sneeze for like 10 minutes. It wants to come. Knights Templar 80 says, if you had to live in the Fallout universe pre-war, what would you think your occupation would be? Well, they didn't have YouTubers in the Fallout universe, so I don't know. I don't know, maybe a teacher, a history professor, something like that. Corley Gibson says, hi all, I'm so ready to chill to tonight's stream. Me too, Corley Gibson. Sneeze says knick-knack. Tony J says, the sneeze will please your knees. All right, but I'm not going to let you watch me. 1 second. Mute myself too. I do feel better. I feel better. Samurai Revan says Ox would be the news guy at the beginning of Fallout 4. A newsreel reader? Yeah, I could be a news guy. I think I could do that. Eboxy Jen on Twitch says, do you think the Noir Penthouse and the Neon Flats are connected? Also, bless you for the sneeze. I mean, they're both Creation Club items, and they're both in Good Neighbor. So in that sense, yes. But do you mean are they physically connected, like via a door or a shared hallway? Probably not. I think they're just separate apartments that both happen to be in Good Neighbor. I don't think they're connected. Ethang 1986 says, how far have you made it into the Outer Worlds 2, Ox? I'm on the starting continent area. I have finished most of the quests in that area, but I don't think I'm done. I think there are a couple more things I need to do. So we'll check out my quest log before we leave and see what's left. Naughty Applejack says, hi, Oxhorn. I hope you're good and wish you well. I had 2 teeth pulled on Monday. I'm still healing. Enjoy kicking ass and remember rip and tear. Thank you, Naughty Applejack. Sorry to hear you had to get your teeth pulled, but I hope you're feeling better. Nick says, you'd most definitely be a historian with the followers or a Brotherhood of Steel scribe. Well, probably. I mean, I got my degree in history, and I almost signed up for the master's program, but ultimately decided I needed to enter the private sector to start making money, because you don't make money as a graduate student. And you don't make money as a history professor either, so I had to step away from that. But I do love history. So maybe that's what it would have been. Who knows? Aboxygen on Twitch says, my thoughts were like, since you're helping synths / being an institute renegade, they could be connected. Also, Architect's jacket looked sweet. I agree, it did look sweet. And yeah, it's possible that they could be. Flores Morskirtium says, hey Ox, just stopping by for a bit while doing my overnight at the hospital. Love your videos. Thank you, Flores. Sorry to hear you're at the hospital. I assume you're working at the hospital. I hope your shift goes well. Alt Grendel says, I don't know, Charles, 6043 wants to know what you think of a Fallout game set in the Philippines. That would be really interesting due to a news broadcast that happened at the beginning of Fallout 4, because they mentioned the Philippines, the Philippine Islands at that time. And from everything that we gather, the Philippines were under attack from China at that time. That they were currently operating in the Bohol Sea, for example. So, yeah, I'd love to see what the Philippines were like in the Fallout universe, because it looks like there was another front going on there. Right about 15 minutes, and then we dive into the game. 15 minutes, everybody. Woo. No ice makes it stronger. Johnny says, what are you smoking today? Today I'm smoking something that's greatly disappointed me. This is an Alec Bradley White Gold. I have smoked some Alec Bradleys in the past that I've really liked. But this White Gold is really awful. It said it was handmade before I purchased it, but it doesn't feel handmade at all. And it's filled with confetti. It's not actual whole tobacco leaves that have been rolled into a cigar. It's chopped up bits and pieces that have been stuffed into a wrapper. And they burn differently and they taste different. It's just not good. But I bought it, so I gotta smoke it. Eboxygen on Twitch says, anyway, just wanted to stop by for a sec before my shift and smoke a cigar with you. I have dried clove and cinnamon. Very strong. Take care. Well, Eboxygen, thank you very much for having a smoke with me tonight. I'm glad you stopped by. Knickknack87 says, I don't know why no one is ever curious about what's happening in China. I don't think that's it. I think people are really curious about what's happening in China. Anytime China pops up in the lore, it's some of the most popular quests. The thing is, China isn't America. And the Fallout universe has a lot of 50s-inspired Americana. The Atom Punk style of envisioning a future America where the technology envisioned by people in the 1950s actually became true, except for the flying cars thing. And everything is run with nuclear power. China didn't have that, right? It was America that developed the fusion cell. It was America that developed the fusion core. China didn't do any of that. The reason that China was at war with America is because America had taken one of the last fossil fuel deposits on the planet, which is where the control station enclave was. One of the reasons they invaded Alaska was to gain access to America's fossil fuels. America had unlocked nuclear power, but China had not. They had nuclear weapons, but they hadn't made the fusion cell yet. Maybe they had nuclear power generators, but being able to take nuclear power and put it into small capsules, they hadn't developed that kind of technology yet. So exploring a post-apocalyptic China would be very different, right? It wouldn't have the sort of Americana flair and style that someone who's wanting to play a Fallout game would be expecting. So for those reasons, I don't think Bethesda would ever make a Fallout China video game. For modern day real world political reasons, I think it might be very difficult for them to do that as well. So I don't think that'll ever exist. But it's not for lack of curiosity. I think there are plenty of people who are curious about the lore of China in the Fallout universe. Jonathan, is he going to tell us more about mods? Not safe for work mods or not safe for work games? I don't know what he's about to admit. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Jonathan says, I lied about that being my last super chat. What other Fallout-like games on the PC do you recommend for a new PC gamer? I've already played the Metro games. Oh, okay, cool. So very, very innocent. Gosh, that's difficult. Metro it's amazing. It's not Fallout. It doesn't feel like Fallout, but it's amazing in its own right. The Outer Worlds is amazing. It's not Fallout. It doesn't feel like Fallout, but it's amazing in its own right. There are plenty of other Bethesda games like The Elder Scrolls that have open world exploration like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. So if that's what you were interested in, I would say Skyrim or Oblivion Remastered would be excellent games for you to play, but they're definitely not Fallout. In terms of a post-apocalyptic open world exploration game, there's really Fallout, right? There are plenty of isometric games like that, like Atom RPG, which took on the style of Fallout Tactics and some of the Interplay Fallouts. You could try something like that, which is available on the PC, but it's not a first-person, open world 3D experience. Chris says Cyberpunk 2077 is a really good game. It is. Cyberpunk 2077 is a really good game. Very different, again, from Fallout 4, especially, leveling your character and choosing the appropriate perks and traits or whatever they're called in the Cyberpunk universe. But the story is really solid. Much of the story is good. The environmental storytelling is excellent. The environments to explore are superb. So yeah, it's also a really good game. Cheng Yang says, I thought it would be impossible when somebody loses their limb and can't use power armor. What about arm? I mean, we learned from Proctor Ingram that that's totally possible. Now, they did have to heavily modify the power armor frame that Proctor Ingram was using during Fallout 4, but even though she had lost her legs, she was able to walk around. And I think the arms are going to be very similar. Now, articulating the fingers of the glove, that might be tricky. There might have to be some very meticulous engineering that would be done in order for them to articulate the hands. But to just use them as fists without holding a gun, if you were just to be a melee power armor guy, you could be missing your arms and hop into a power armor frame and suddenly you could use your arms again, just not articulate your fingers. Brandon Beltfed says, told my wife I was jealous of her heart because it's pounding inside her and I'm not right. Doggone it, Brandon. Why you got to give me these saucy jokes? Gonna get me in trouble. See, this is the problem when my regulars come on and tell me a saucy joke, because by this point I recognize their names and I trust them and I'm like, oh yeah, I know this guy. He's not going to have a bad joke. I don't need to reread it before I read it. But no, this is how they get me. I get halfway through it, and then it's a joke about pounding his wife. And I'm like, really? You had me read that, Brandon. Well, if I get canceled, it's your fault. I'm going to blame you. Well done, Brandon. Thank you for the contribution. All right, 6 minutes, and then we dive into the game. Last chance to get your questions in. The Q&A portion of the game will be coming to a close. I will, of course, be reading your comments in your chat during the gameplay, but I might miss something because, I'll be playing the game. But I'll still be paying attention. Brandon Beltfed says, totally worth it. Cheers, sir. Glad you're happy, Brandon. Glad you're happy. It doesn't take a light either. Like, it's smoking and it's burning, but I'm hardly getting anything out of it. There we go. I gotta really work at it. Nick Knack. Oh, sorry. See, now I'm reading your comments before I read them because Brandon has scarred me. Nick says, this may seem trivial, but you can just call me Nick. YouTube changed our names a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I'll try to remember to just call you Nick. Tony J says, what did Artyom get from sitting all day on a train in Metro Exodus? Metroids. It's like Metro hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids that you get on the Metro. Metroids. Oh, Tony J. Well done. Thank you for that. Happy Lobster says, hey Ox, been watching since 2018. Love the content and I'm excited for this game. Me too. Thank you very much, Happy Lobster. Kerrigan says, hey Oxhorn, I'm really excited for you to be playing Outer Worlds 2, but it is a shame that you only play once a week. But we all really enjoy your lore vids. Thank you, Kerrigan. Yeah, I wish I could play more. As I've said on many occasions, if only I could clone myself, I would stream all day, and then the other me would work on lore videos. But it's difficult to do both at the same time. I tried for like 5 years. I tried to knock out a video every single week while maintaining a 2, 3, 4 streaming day schedule. And sometimes I was successful, some weeks I wasn't. But it was hugely stressful, took up a lot of time. So I had to make a choice. So I'm going to do my lore videos for the foreseeable future. Nick says, going to the tobacconist tomorrow, any brand recommendations? So from my experience with cigars, it's not really about brand. It's about issue, right? Because there are plenty of brands out there that will have their own series that are high quality and series that are really low quality. Like I said, this is Alec Bradley, a brand I've had in the past and I've enjoyed in the past. But I'm now smoking the White Gold series, which is awful. It's just absolutely horrible. But there are brands that have been around for a very long time. Oliva, Rocky Patel. Rocky Patel is pretty new compared to many of the others. My mind is a blank about brand names at the moment. Nub is pretty good. Their cigars are a lot shorter. They claim to not have any bad parts, which is why their cigars can be a lot shorter. I've tried a few and they're okay. Romeo y Julieta. Romeo and Juliet is a pretty good brand name as well. Acid cigars are pretty good. Yeah, my mind's drawing a blank. Chris says, do cigars give you a high? No, they don't. But if you're not used to smoking cigars, they can make you sick. I believe I've told this story on the program before, but when I was in college and I had just taken up cigar smoking as a hobby, I had a roommate who was curious about it. He didn't really want to smoke cigars. It wasn't anything he would have ever tried on his own, but he saw me smoking cigars and he was curious. And so I let him I gave him a cigar to smoke. And he took one puff of it, set it down, and his face went white. Just the blood completely drained from him. He got so nauseous that he had to go outside, and this was in the middle of December. He went outside to our back patio and then laid down on the cement patio ground with his hands over his chest like a corpse, just so that he could breathe the cold air and stop feeling nauseous. He was there for like 30 minutes. The poor guy. I mean, he was a lot smaller than me. I think your Your body weight has a lot to do with it as well, because the nicotine goes into your bloodstream, just like when you drink alcohol, it gets into your bloodstream as well. So if you're a larger person like me, smoking a cigar is going to have less of an impact on you. But he was a small guy, and one puff is all it took to just make him physically sick. You don't get high, but as if you smoke better quality cigars, it can relax you, I guess. I smoke them because they're relaxing. It's a nice thing for me to do as a hobby. It just, I don't know, makes me feel relaxed. But a high is not involved. And Claude is right. Claude says you don't inhale pipes or cigars. And that's true. You don't inhale them. The smoke never enters your lungs. You bring the smoke into your mouth, you taste the flavor of the tobacco smoke, and then you expel it. That's the big difference between cigars and pipes and cigarettes. That doesn't make them safe. They're still bad for you. I'm never going to say that this is safe. It's still bad, but at least you're not inhaling the smoke and the tar and the nicotine. Vereb says, Jesus, how strong are those cigars? Even the strongest I've ever smoked wasn't that strong, and it was a medium. I don't remember. I mean, I was new to the hobby at the time. I don't remember what brands I was smoking at the time. I don't think I was ever smoking any really strong cigars, but it didn't affect me, so I didn't think to warn him. But he was shorter than me, and he was really, really thin and lighter than me. And I think, the body chemistry thing was off. Needless to say, he never touched cigars again. That, it was never going to be an issue anyway. But if there was ever a thought in his brain, I might take up smoking someday. No, that's gone forever. So I feel kind of bad that I ended up ruining it for him. But, he's healthy and happy. Jonathan says, my wife asked to try a cigar once. She regretted it. Yeah, that happens. I've had a few women in my life try cigars as well. None of them have ever enjoyed it, but they didn't get sick. The way my friend in college did. So it depends on the person. Okay. 2 minutes over. Time to jump in. Oh, crap. I'll tell you what, the storms have been horrible in the Pacific Northwest. We've had wind storms all last week and all this week. My power has gone out probably 7 times. And it's just been wreaking havoc on my computers. I mean, they are attached to surge protectors, so nothing has broken. But I've lost a little bit of data. I managed to get it all back. I'm going to be getting some batteries. I purchased them. They're on their way. So that if this ever happens again, my computers are plugged into batteries and they won't go out. They won't go down. All right, where was I? Outer Worlds 2. There we go. Craig Euler says, have a UPS? No, but I bought them. I bought 2. 1 for each computer, and they arrive this weekend sometime. It was about time. I had to get one. All right, where were we?
Why worry about the Rift? It's not supposed to gobble up Arcadia for years, and I'm sure something else will kill you way before that.
Claude says 1,600 or larger, I would hope. I got 1,000 for each computer. You think that'll be enough? So 2,000 watts. One for each. Is that too short? Is that too low? I think like 1,000 watts per PC should be enough. It's not like I'm going to have a bunch of other stuff plugged into it. A couple of hard drives, maybe. And then one monitor. Okay, so I've got 2 monitors with this one. One monitor with that one. And then a couple of hard drives. Okay, 15 hard drives. That's a couple. Times another number. But 1,000 each should be okay. 1,000 watts each. All right. Okay, what was I doing? This is the problem when a week passes between broadcasts. So, yeah, that's right. We still need to infiltrate the Vox relay. We've got these companion quests. Ah, that's right. We needed to choose which one we wanted, the Raptidon Matriarch or the Skeleton Crabble. This might take us off-world? No. That's at the Vox relay station. That's back on the ship. I don't know if we have enough yet. Then we need to find Scrabbles. Right. I think I want to do this one. Let's go get the Crabble graft, and then we'll get the Raptidon Matriarch graft. Alt Grendel says, Peter Film AU wants to know which is the best Fallout to start with if you've never played before. Fallout 4 only because Fallout 3 is so difficult to get running on a PC. If you can get it running on a console or something like that, then maybe Fallout 3. And the reason I would say Fallout 3 is because Fallout 3 does an excellent job of introducing you to the universe in terms of the sheer destruction that the nuclear war did to the capital wasteland and everywhere else. It's going to get you familiar with the kind of environmental storytelling that Fallout does so well. But Fallout 4, it's just a newer game, so it's got better gunplay, and yeah. I mean, Fallout New Vegas, I definitely wouldn't do Fallout New Vegas first, because I think one of the things that is best about the game is that it elaborates on the lore of the previous games and works as an excellent complement and follow-up to knowledge that you already have about the Fallout universe. So it's something that you really can't... It's something that you can better enjoy if you've played other Fallout games first. So if you can get it to work, Fallout 3, but if you can't get it to work, Fallout 4 is probably your best bet. Skeleton crab. Save the subversives. Find Scrabbles. Vox relay. Oh, that's the Raptidon. Oh my god. So I'm going to have to get the Raptidon after I do the Vox relay thing. All right. Well, let's do that. Let's get this. Then we'll go here and get that and then get that. Yada, yada, yada. How did I unequip this? Was I trying to save ammo or something? Yeah, I've got 23 rounds. All right, so we've already explored all of these outbuildings. We've got a little building here. We've got a couple buildings there. And then one building there. Let's make a note. We'll go to that waypoint. Ida's datapad. When Auntie and her scrub muckers invaded, most loyal subjects gathered rifles and garrisoned Eden as though steadfast spines and devoted hearts were a match for military proficiency and prowess. It was inspiring, but ultimately futile. I aim to make my end worthy of the faith of the sovereign, placed in me. The 3 human husks found atop the nearby picker platform represent my fullest levy to the effort. I've played a role as I plodded, earning the trust of the corporatists and turncoats until I was sure my sacrifice would account for them all. It was on purpose. Just as the stand reaches its apex, I will toss myself into the primary drive spur and bind the pinions with the very fiber of my ever-devoted being. Hopefully my laugh will echo in their corrupt capitalistic skulls as they parch and starve atop the platform. Die in wasting agony, you mercenary vermin. Ida Rutledge, faithful subject of the Protectorate. She did it on purpose. Oh my God. We saved 2, but her actions got one of them killed. Okay, where's my waypoint? Over there. I just like the way the mini-map moves. Okay, so this is the building we saw. Looks like it's infested with something. It's not where we need to go to the quest, but I want to know what's here. Short rounds, compact rounds, short rounds, shock rod. So I was using that because of the compact rounds. And I have a lot of them. So let's put that there. Hey, M. Dizzle gifted 20 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Thank you, M. Dizzle. I can't read them all, but thank you so much, my friend. That's a lot of free Oxhorn memberships thanks to M. Dizzle. Well, I can't get over there. Do I have to fall? I have a feeling this is going to be involved in another quest.
Ready to waste. On your command.
All right, we killed the Crabble jerks. Well, this is where we get crude biomass. Crabbing Tower. Well, something happened here. There are a few crabs dead before we even arrive. Ooh. Hey, nice. That was well worth it. Let's take a look at that helmet that we just got. 10 base health. 10% weak spot damage. Yeah, I like that one better. The skeleton crabble is real. I saw it. I saw it. Claws as wide as a fishing trawler. Eyes no smaller than my head. A back as broad as the roof of a house and white as bleached bone. I tried to run and grab Claire so she could see it, but fear pinned my feet. Worse, it being long gone by the time I got to her, she insisted it was nothing but the vodka that was heavy on my breath. But I saw what I saw, and I'm more than passing sure that it disappeared into a cave to the south. Tomorrow, when I think the bugger will be asleep, I'm heading down to find it. Best case, I bag the biggest crabble we've ever seen. Worst case, I get evidence that I'm not just some raving drunk. Either way, the name Patrice Cade Benton is about to be famous. Well, I have a feeling we're going to find Patrice Cade Benton. Hey, Science Adventures Quarterly, Volume 8 of 10. But she may only be a body when we find her. Okay, we can remove this marker. But we got a new fast travel location. So we've got a hut over here. And then that's our destination. Michael Feige says, thoughts so far? I'm really enjoying it. It feels a lot like the first game. And I thoroughly enjoyed the first game. Jonathan says, well, I got to get up in 2 hours. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jonathan. Glad you were able to stop by. Okay, that's the way to the Crabble. But there's a hut over here that I want to get. There it is. Oh, corporate trooper. Corrosion soak unlocked.
Yeah. Look alive, Commander. Commander, you're bleeding.
Raptidon Colossus. Jeez. My weapon got a level up, though. Okay, looks like there are enemies inside. Let's go through the side door.
Armed and ready.
Running low on ammo. Guess I can always craft some. What have we here? Level up! And another copy of Science Adventures Quarterly. Okay, level up. Oh man, we took that one trait. So we can't start anything new. And we gotta start with our lowest ones first. So observation, engineering, then lockpick. No? Oh, medical. Right. Medical. There we go. Jack of all trades, but master of none. I hope I don't regret this. Okay. So my auntie's choice is trusted. Sub Rosa is unknown, but I'm going into the trusted. The Order of the Ascendant, I'm still unknown. Companions. Oh, I can level up my companions. Right, perk points available 1. I'm taking him down. Niles ignores a portion of his target's armor and will target enemy weak points to deal more damage. Or, I got him. Niles puts himself in the enemy's line of fire to protect his comrades. Enemies are more likely to target him, and he will occasionally fire at enemies not targeting him, taunting them. Okay, do I want to give him a taunt? Or do I want him to do more damage? Probably a taunt. Inez. Negative 50% ranged weapons spread stuns the target, leaving them unable to act for a short time. That's nice. Inez's training as a doctor gives her a good understanding of the anatomy of combatants. Inez's accuracy is increased significantly, and she will actively target enemy weak spots. Additionally, her weapon shot will periodically stun her target. Or field medicine, Inez occasionally tosses medicine packs near to you. Walking over them automatically uses them, reducing your toxicity buildup or crash duration. Medicine packs break apart on their own after a moderate duration. I mean, I've got medicine. I'm speccing into the medicine skill, so I don't need to double dip here. So we'll do this. Surgical strike. And eventually I'll have to give them both better armor, but not right now. Is there anywhere on the roof? Probably not. Hey! Not worth it. All right, I need to craft ammo. Niles, come over here.
Seeing Zeb again went different than I expected. Not that I had high hopes for tears and confetti, but damn.
Has he changed much?
Yes and no. There's a shadow over him wasn't there before. A meanness. It's difficult to describe. Even tougher to be on the receiving end. Maybe I ought to apologize straight away. But I'm not convinced I did the wrong thing, leaving. Had I stayed, who knows? Likely I'd have gotten us both killed.
Why do you say that?
Let's just say my ambitions were bigger than my talents after I recovered from Horizon Point. Still believed I could change the world back then. Anyway, I appreciate the check-in, Commander. Was there anything else you needed?
Field tinkering.
Sure. Always happy to tour.
Let's do crafting. Actually, hold on. Let's go back. Daggone it.
I worry Zeb's in over his head with all of this. Good thing we showed up when we did. Sure.
Let's go to breakdown. Break down all junk. Party upgrades? These are locked. Okay. So I can't do these yet. Let's go to crafting. Compact rounds. Oh yeah, I've got plenty. Black powder and scrap. A light pistol silencer. Ooh. I want that. Let's do extra holster. That's a lot of cloth, though. Still. And defensive plates. Okay. Let's go to weapon armor mod. No, let's go to modifications. Armor. I want to add... Oh, I can't modify the hat. Doggone it. Maybe it's because I have it equipped? Nope, because there's the rookie reward. All right, well, I got a silencer for my pistol, right? Maybe I can't have it. Oh, no, there it is. And it's in the helmet section. Okay, extra holster. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Right. So that's what I've got equipped. What have I got equipped here? It's not showing me. I've got the rookie's reward equipped. Didn't I have a pistol equipped as well? I thought I did. I made a silencer for it. Yeah, I made a silencer for that. All right, I'm going to take it off. I can't, huh? Okay, fine. Let me put that there to take that off. Let me take this off. That's damage resistance plus 10. Evasion chance and combat sprint speed. But this has 2 mod slots. That also has 2 mod slots. It's already got defensive plates installed and grit enhancing materials. Combat sprint speed 50. Oh, but 2. I see. It's not a heavy armor. So that's the heavy armor. Spaldered uniform.
No offense to that. Anyway, need something, Commander? Sure.
I guess I can't modify that starting pistol. It doesn't matter whether I've got it equipped or not. Spaldered uniform. Here we go. Oh, the defensive plates takes up 2 slots. Ah, crap. I think. Does it? No, it doesn't. Well, then what does the 2 stand for? All right, let's put that on. Looking good. And let's swap out the ED service pistol. Yeah, I guess I can't modify the ED service pistol because it's a basic gun, I guess. I'm using it just because it uses the compact rounds ammo type. That's the short rounds. Whoops. Whoops, did I just make the wrong ammo type? Oh my god, I did. Ah, man, I made compact rounds instead of short rounds. Doggone. Ah, okay. Can I even craft short rounds? I don't even know. Right. That's where we're going. We can hit these buildings later. M4 Dizzle says, you call him Dr. Jones, lady. I think I'm going the wrong way. There, we found a trail. We lost a trail. How do we get down there? Okay, well, we've been there. Oh. Somebody was having a picnic. Do we go down and then follow the shore? That might be what we got to do. Because this is all blocked off to us.
Scotch here, with the only task I'm unwilling to delegate. Logging our progress in the Promotion Acceleration Program.
Who would you delegate it to? We're the only ones left.
For once, you make a point, Cobb. Today's exercise really narrowed the playing field. We were tasked to analyze how the introduced Raptidon population adapted to the island. I'll admit, I took a hands-off approach. Probably why I still have my hands. And face. A few cohorts misreckoned those sneaky raps. Among the eaten, Wall Monitor Lindergaard, probably mispronouncing that. Vat Sanitizer Kavil Stad, definitely mispronouncing that.
Pick up the pace, Cutshall. These raps can be anywhere, and we're both a mite ripe.
I'll finish when I'm good and finished. Whoa. Okay, I'm finished. Grab your gear and let's hoof it to the final skill-building activity, Cobb. Quit your loafing.
I hope we can find them all. Okay, Chad is telling me that yes, I do need to follow the shore. All right, so let's do that. Crabble.
See those burrows? The skeleton's nearby. And if it's as nearby as I think, it don't bode well for those scientists.
I'm gonna quick save here, just in case. There's a data pad in there, but I can't loot it. Mysterious cave discovered. Where is the Crabble? I don't see it. But we've definitely got some dead here.
Well, you hate to be proven right. These folk have been dead a while. And that must be the machinery Duck mentioned. Over here, Commander.
Yeah, Inez, I'll be with you in a minute. I'm gonna loot first. Ooh, okay, that's a cave passage. Makeshift work table. Various materials and tools are scattered across the table, some of which look like explosive charges. Well, we can't craft mines, so we'll recover crafting materials. Okay. Black powder and scrap metal. Free salvage brought to you by Auntie's Choice. Trooper Connolly writing. Just want the record to show that me and the boys did not go AWOL. We patrolled the coast as ordered and just happened to find the wreckage of some protectorate outing gone wrong. Couldn't make sense of what they were doing exactly, considering the viscera coating their equipment and whatnot, but figure what's here might be worth salvaging. I did find me a little friend, though, fellow that I've dubbed Chompy. He's a baby Crabble, I reckon, real cute. But with a little house training, he'd make a fine town mascot back in Fairfield. He does shriek something awful at times. The others think his folks might come a-looking, but I reckon he's just saying howdy in his own way. Brilliant! This guy's a genius. Another cave. And a path that goes down. And more scientist bodies. The Earth Directorate found a flaw in you. Over-prepared. Missing only a shot or two? Doesn't matter. You've already reloaded. If you ever let a weapon run out of ammo, you'll deal less damage for a short time, but all your guns now hold more ammo. Warning, once selected flaws cannot be removed. Effects, plus 50% magazine size. Negative 40% damage for 8 seconds after the weapon's magazine hits empty. Oh, man. This is another one that is really tough. 50% magazine size. Eight seconds is not that long. I'm gonna take it. Yeah! Examine. Confirmed skeleton crabble sighting. Last night, the entire research cadre witnessed a mutated crabble emerging from the coastal waters. We had heard stories of this bone-white and terrifying specimen for so long, yet expected them to be nothing more than hallucinations of subjects in need of mental refreshment. Confounding as it is to admit, we were wrong. This subspecies appears to boast a thicker, more durable carapace, increased apodeme muscle strength, and a generally more aggressive disposition. Curious indeed. If we are to fully understand crabble evolution for the benefit of the Protectorate Society, studying this mutation must be a priority. A closer inspection of the specimen is needed. Matriarch, guide us. Another flaw? Life hasn't been easy for you, but you've learned to power through any of your disadvantages and come out the better for it. Warning, this flaw drastically changes the experience and is not recommended for your first playthrough. Warning, once selected, flaws cannot be removed. Effects, flaws must be accepted, but you gain an extra perk point every 5 levels. The flaw is that future flaws must be accepted. I can't decline them. That's the flaw? The game is warning me that this is for experienced players only. All right. But an extra perk point every 5 levels. Wow. Not as good as the other one I got, where I got an extra perk point every level. I'm going to reject this one, because I can't say that I want to accept every flaw that I get. So I'm not going to do it. A study in sound. The report contains an abundance of scientific jargon the average intrepid wanderer just wouldn't understand. Parse the report, Science 4. All right, I'm going to quick save again. And I'm going to equip this thing. The shock machine gun. Oh, I've got an extra weapon slot. Okay, 1 is going to be that. 2 is going to be that. 3 is going to be that. Quick save. I can't save. I can't save? It's not letting me save in the quest. Okay. Oh, I guess I got to search to find it. Over here, she said. I thought we had to talk to her. Power routed to the phonotron. I break the quest? Okay, chat is telling me that it's bugged. I must have broken it. All right, thankfully I did quick save just before I arrived.
Well, you hate to be proven right. These folk have been dead a while, and that must be the machinery Doc mentioned. Over here, Commander. Huh. Seems this terminal reroutes power to speakers around the cave. They were using sound to lure the Crabbles out. Let's see here. Generator's back on. Power up that phonotron, would you? Should cause enough ruckus to make the skeleton come out and play.
Hey, what am I supposed to do? Just stand around and look pretty?
Well, if the commander's keen to share, you can press the button too. Wouldn't want you feeling left out.
Well, that means that I missed one of my flaws. Oh well.
Liquidate them!
This thing is nice. Yeah!
Help me end this fight on my... You're looking pretty scathed, Commander. Well, that phonotron was effective. Now we just need the specimen. Mind the pincers. They can be a little feisty even after death.
Woo! Well, that was rough. Screw Paul Rose says, thanks for continuing this, Ox. Excellent work. Thank you, my friend.
mind bringing it over here so I can take a gander? Muscular reticulation's still intact. Cartilaginous integrity mostly sound. A good clean cut, and the pincer's still sharp. Yeah, this'll do just fine. Shame about all the scientists, though. I was hoping this wouldn't be too steep a price.
If they were using the phonotron, it's no wonder they got slaughtered.
Yeah, this phonotron had been programmed to imitate a crabble's calls during mating season. Quite effectively grabs their attention, but it also, has them raring for a fight. If you're sending out a formal invitation for trouble, you best be prepared to receive it. Anyway, don't ask me how I know about crabble mating behaviors.
Well, now I have to ask.
Listen here. I'm not some kind of enthusiast for crabble mating rituals. I'm observant. I've taken a shine to biology. And I've seen much on this damn island already. If you still got some hunting you, that Raptidon matriarch's on the loose. Her den's not far from the Vox Relay up north. Elsewise, we head back to Fairfield and speak to Doc Tinsley.
Well, I'm not sure which one is best. Let's collect both and make our decision later.
North it is. After you.
Okay, well, we gotta loot again. Okay, I think that's everything. Was that helmet we picked up legendary? It was. Malpractice. Plus 40% toxicity drain rate. It's got 2 slots. I mean, I think I like mine better. Okay, done and done. Okay, if we keep going this way, there are a couple of buildings all around here. I mean, we're here. Let's explore them while we're here.
Listen, got a distraction for you. I'm the one you need to worry about.
I'm bummed that I don't have the ammo to have my other weapon out because I really need it to level up. I've gained ferrochromium, a crafting material, I guess. Ferrochromium. Hey. I wonder what ferrochromium does. I mean, we didn't kill all these guys. How did they die? Well, we're getting close to the buildings that we saw on our radar.
Loyal subject, la la la.
Befuddled fisherman.
Hello. How are you, El? Are you doing tonight? I'm spectacular according to regulation 1, 2, 1, 2, potato.
Oh, what's this? This is an option we can't choose, but we can pass a medical check to say it appears your frontal lobe has been damaged in some capacity, but no sign of an injury.
No, it was my backal lobe. Backal. Only the most loyal subjects have those.
I assure you, that's not an actual portion of your brain.
No, you're not an actual part of my brain. Ha!
Well, it looks like the power is out to your house here. Do you need help?
What I need is potatoes.
That was an impressive bit of nonsense. Are you feeling all right?
I'm just, that sounds correct.
Well, I'll have to come back later when I unlock this. Cessation of service notice. Attention loyal subjects of the Protectorate. Due to the incursion and subsequent conflict brought upon Paradise Island by hostile forces, the decision was made to withdraw from this region. operations from the local substation will cease in 10 days' time. Please note that the building's doors will automatically be disabled in order to deny the building use to the forces of Andy's choice. In the case there is an emergency that requires access to this domicile, power will need to be restored via the substation. This action should not be undertaken without direct orders from authorized personnel. Senior Warden Norton. Oh dear. Well, guess we're gonna follow the cables. Did that note unlock a dialogue option with him?
No, wait. I don't need refreshment. I'm so refreshed. Yep, that's me. Refreshed like a really refreshed guy.
Great. Hey, Science Adventures Quarterly Volume 2 of 10. Well, guess we follow the cables. And there it is, the power substation. Well, I wonder if a quest is going to send us this way. I don't know, a quest has kind of already sent us this way. So let's explore it while we're here. Charged substation fuse. Okay. Well, we got to get a charged substation fuse. And I don't know how to do that. Ah! Enable power! And there it goes. That still is not done. These are still sealed. Must be for another quest. Oh. Well, where did that dude go? Hello. Secured gate. The security grate is built sturdily enough to deter brute force, but a highly skilled person with the right know-how could exploit a weakness in how it's fastened to the building. Sneak or nimble. Crap! Crap! I'd have to spec into another skill. Oh, but this door is open now. Never mind. Janitor mech. Oh.
This unit beautifully acknowledges your presence.
Cartridge substation fuse. Okay, we've got a fuse. Ooh, pick up the corrosive machine gun. Hello. Oh, yeah. I've gained a corrosive shock machine gun. Ooh, let's see. 19 damage compared to my shock machine gun, which is also 19 damage. The shock machine gun takes shock rods. The corrosive shock machine gun takes shock rods. Rate of fire 8, magazine size 100. Rate of fire 2.9, magazine size 16. Weak spot bonus 80%. Weak spot bonus 70%. So it's slower. Does the same damage, but it's slower, but has a larger magazine size and has a biomass converter mod. Changes damage type to corrosive. Corrosive damage stacks vulnerable, reducing the target's armor. Huh. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Oh my god, my bad. They're both 8 per second. 19 damage, 8 per second. 70 weak spot bonus. So the only difference between the two is this has a mod and this one doesn't. So it's clearly better. Now there is this that I've been completely ignoring, the kinetic biomass pistol. It has 2 mods installed already. Takes the biomass canister ammo type. Does 34 damage. Well, I'm out of that kind of ammo, so let's put that there and put that there. Yeah, I've got 168. Cool. Awesome. Well, I got a new gun out of that. Now, let's go back to that guy's home. Maybe we can step inside and get some information that'll allow us to talk to him. Aha! Regal tarts. Oh, hello. Hey, advanced decryption key. Nice. Explosive revolver. Oh, some short rounds finally. Mental refreshment patient tracking log. That's why he was mentally refreshed. Crap. Patient R. Debon. Refreshment session 1. Reason. Patient was heard asking how Auntie's Choice was able to successfully build a fleet and have a functioning military if capitalism always fails. Result, full success. Patient is much more docile and loyal, but has developed a minor verbal tic. Worth monitoring, but not concerning. Session 2, reason. Patient was heard asking why mental refreshment was necessary if the protectorate was truly better. Result, partial success. When asked, the patient fully accepts the necessity of mental refreshment. Note, this took several tries. The patient's thoughts seem scattered. Full recovery is expected. Session 3, reason. Patient was witnessed often drifting off during work periods, resulting in tardy and error-filled tasks. Obviously, this is unacceptable. Results pending. Well, what do you think? You wipe the guy's brain too often, of course something is going to happen. Hey, another advanced decryption key. Excellent. Right, let's go underneath the building. Hello. Oh, triple barrel shotgun. Yeah! Triple barrel. I'm so excited. Shells. Magazine size 3, rate of fire 2.5 per second, weak spot bonus 70%. No mods. All right, so it's not a legendary weapon or anything, but dang. It's a triple barrel shotgun. Yeah. And I got 53 shells. Oh, look at this beauty. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. I'm in love.
Loyal subject, la la la.
Poor guy. Okay, well, we explored this little house over here, and we got massively rewarded for it. So let's explore these houses over here, and then move on. Now, do we take a detour and explore these buildings over here, or do we just move on with the quest? I think we go explore these buildings to the side, because these detours have proven lucrative.
Looks like a fight.
I mean, beautiful, just beautiful. I love it. Okay, we got another flaw. The Earth Directorate found a flaw in you. Overprepared. Hey, it's the one that we got last time. 50% magazine size, negative 40% damage for 8 seconds after a weapon's magazine hits empty. I like it. Let's get it.
Another executive training exercise in the books. Another clear winner. Me.
Ain't a contest, Cutshall.
Lucky for you. Today sure wasn't. No, we're all here because Ormsby thinks we're VP material. But it's obvious who's got the gray matter in this outfit. Take today's activity. Demonstrate market dominance with a corporate logo competitors will see from orbit. The results speak for themselves.
That rubbish pile you cajoled everyone into building? The giant AC?
We work for Auntie's Choice. What's your point?
Well, it's awful convenient that your own initials are...
Okay, on to the fourth activity. This is Albert Cutshaw, sanitation specialist, future big-time VP, signing off.
His initials are AC, the same as Auntie's Choice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Look alive!
Guns locked and loaded. Just give the signal.
Oh, that's right. I've got 5 shells because of my new perk. So I need to reload after 4. Okay, it looks like we've got another building that might be cut off from power. Ooh, what have we here? Crabble Farm.
Oh, Lucy, what am I gonna do if something terrible happens to you?
Lucy the Crabble.
I don't suppose you know anything about crabble medicine, do you?
Actually, we can say, passing a medical check, I did some blue spanner crab research, and they're a lot like crabbles.
That's about what I expected. Hold on now. You ain't tugging my leg, are you? You actually know something about crabble medicine? Well, I'll be. So, it seems as though the issue ultimately boils down to 2 words. Purpleberry crunch.
The cereal?
Yeah. I brought a box from that fancy new shop in town, and Lucy... Oh, this is Lucy, by the way. Little Lucy became fully frantic when she smelled it, so I figured it couldn't hurt. The box says they're packed with healthy preservatives, so it's got to be good for you, right?
Oh,
I guess I
yeah.
was wrong. Now she won't get up. And these crabbles, they mean the world to us. We raised them from hatchlings, and I'll be broken if Lucy dies because of me.
Oh. Okay, I'll help her, but you have to promise you'll never feed her breakfast cereal again.
I promise. I swear it on every precious egg we've got growing in our incubator. Any help you can offer is more than I've been able to do for her so far. And I'd be grateful for the try.
Okay. Lucy the Crabble. Lucy the Crabble lies on the underside of her shell. She makes a feeble attempt to move, but doesn't manage to get anywhere, and settles for gurgling weakly instead. Even to an untrained eye, she is obviously ill. Well, we need a medical of 5 to be able to treat her. We could pass a dumb trait check to feed her more Purpleberry Crunch. Or we can expend a trauma kit. That's what we will do. You aren't really an expert on crabbles or their digestive tracts, but you're willing to give it a try. 3 stomachs? Really? You'd take a few key components out of a trauma kit that you'd normally use to help a human with similar symptoms. Incredibly, after a few seconds, Lucy starts to move around a bit, and you hear what can only be a gurgle of relief.
She looks fine.
Yay! So cute. Lucy seems keen on sticking with you. Anytime you move away, Lucy makes a sad crabble noise. Do you make Lucy a pet and send her to your ship? Yes, accept Lucy as a pet. Lucy clacks with joy and skitters off towards the ship. It seems like a long way for such a small crabble to go, but Lucy is nothing if not determined. Hopefully, no one left any purple berry crunch out. We've got a pet. Ship pets? Really? Visit your ship and interact with the pet feeder to select any ship pet you've collected. They'll wander around the area and can be pet for mutual enjoyment. While you could acquire multiple ship pets, only one can be active at a time.
I can hardly believe my lamps. Looks like she's feeling much better. And I think she's taken a liking to you. Good luck shaking her off you now. Once they're smitten, they try and stick to you like a canid. Now, I don't have too many bits to pay you with, but this'll unlock that old safe in the house. It wasn't mine to begin with, so you're welcome to anything in it.
Safe in the house, eh? Crabble Bullet Claw. Crabble Hatchling. Crabble Hammer Claw. Oh, I'm stealing. Crap. Long rounds. Outhouse. Aww. Hey. Light revolver, plasma, shock, and short rounds. Nice. Cool. Well, we got a pet out of it. Okay. So we've got this building over here. Let's go check it out. I love it! It's a thing of beauty! Termination of operations and reassignment order. Attention all Auntie's Choice employees. After much consideration, we have concluded that the risk of a Crabble attack costing Auntie's Choice 4 senior engineers outweighs the potential profits of continuing to operate this desalination facility. Should the Crabble population be culled, our engineering management team find a way to operate the facility with just 2 junior engineers, operations will resume. If anyone requires the expertise of the previously assigned engineering teams, they have been temporarily reassigned to the Eastern Forward Operating Base on a work-as-needed basis, the Office of Field Logistics. So do we go back there and tell them that we've cleared it? Weapon mod parts. I need explosives of 3. Gosh. I just walked on water. Wow. Okay. I don't remember getting the Jesus trait. I just walked on water. All right. Okay, well, that's all of the buildings around here. We could remove the fog of war by running up here to the landing pad. Is it worth it? Deuteronomus says now you can go to the camp where you get the Scrabbles quest and tell them you cleared it. All right, I will. But I want to go over there first because we see it over here, but we haven't had a quest that sends us over there yet. And there's another outbuilding right there. I have enough short rounds now, don't I? I just love the shotgun so much. But I need to level this up. ID Charles says, Ox, there's a unique revolver shotgun in the town shop. Okay, I'll check it out.
At the risk of sounding glib, that ain't a good sign.
Okay, time for a new cigar.
Capitalism thing isn't so dreadful after all. They even allowed me a choice between fishing and sanitary engineering.
That's far more freedom than we were ever offered while living under the Protectorate.
Also, brace yourself for this. Can you believe we receive pay, that is to say, monetary remuneration for our work?
What a novel concept. And we receive 2 rest days a year, which are also paid? We'll be compensated for doing literally nothing? I believe it's called a vacation.
I know, so exciting. And next week, we're to be receiving an audit. Truthfully, I haven't the faintest inkling what an audit is, but it sure sounds exciting. Or possibly delicious.
Hello. You must be a new, co-worker. No, my mistake. You're obviously just passing through.
Here to do some fishing?
Nice weather we have been having, or not having. Goodbye.
You're the Nazi slime. Almost halfway done. Take a breath and hold it for 67 seconds.
I got a decryption key.
Of a harsh bronze in the even zone. Don't you die on me now.
Hey, another Science Adventure Quarterly.
Hey, I think that's enough.
I might actually complete that scavenger hunt quest. Okay. Small house down. Let's go see what the big house is. If we can get to it from here. I don't think we can. Maybe? Someone tried to build a raft? All right, I think we need to go up into the woods and take a right. Well, there's a giant wall in our way. Oh. We remember this? Yeah, we remember this. Okay, so we need to go to the road up here and take this road south. That's how we're going to get there. We're not high enough level to explore the Arbiter training facility. We'll do that last. Okay, so let's go here.
Hey. Must be at least a few usable parts in here. It's warped. Hello there. You wouldn't happen to have found any usable parts in all this debris?
Just bits of scrap, nothing complete. Can I ask why?
Westport's stockpiles of replacement parts are nearly depleted. I need to find some parts to convert some of our auto-mechanicals, non-combat parts. Fortunately, there's nothing here that's salvageable. Auntie's bombs sure take their toll, don't they?
Were these all damaged by Auntie's attack?
Yes and no. The bombs certainly took a fierce toll, but I suspect these were all in various states of disrepair even before Auntie's offensive. which has made sorting out where to begin my efforts here rather difficult. There should be a manifest somewhere, but it's nowhere to be found. Nor are the troopers who should have been escorting this. Or their bodies.
Could they have been killed by wild creatures and dragged off?
The only species in these parts that would pose such a threat to an armed escort squad would be crabbles. But the guard at Westport has always made a point of culling them with automechs so they don't get out of hand.
You mean the same automechs which you're desperately trying to find replacement parts for?
Well, yes, the one and the same. Ah, I see your point there. Not so easy to cull crabbles without operational automechs.
Where was this convoy of mechs headed?
Unless I missed my guess, this looks like it was transporting damaged and malfunctioning automechs from the Vox station to the Automech Repair Center to the south of here. The center is... Say, you don't work for Antes, do you? This is beginning to feel more than a little like you're digging for intelligence.
At this point, would it matter if I was?
Fair enough. As I was saying, the Automech Repair Center is south of here. Regrettably, subjects of Westport no longer have access to the repair center, hence my need to scavenge.
What exactly are you trying to convert your mechs to do?
Let's just say to fill Westport's needs. If you follow the road heading north, you can't miss it. Used to be a sight to behold, but the war hasn't been kind to it. To any of us.
Such is the way of war.
True enough. A few years ago, I couldn't have imagined us running short of anything. And now here I am, digging through scrap for parts. But I digress. Was there anything else? Need to get back to my hunt, you understand?
That's it.
Likewise. And please inform me if you happen upon any usable parts. There must be at least a few usable parts in here. Aha! Ah, it's warped. It's like everything else.
Well, there was that task that the mayor of Westport wanted us to do. I don't know if it's important anymore now that we've recruited him to Auntie Cleo's. But maybe we can get those robot parts. Oh, hello, what's going on down here?
Ready to waste them. On your command.
Really?
Armed and ready.
Looks like the AI had a really hard time figuring out how to fight us on these rocks. Well, we found the we found the guys who were supposed to be guarding the robots.
Once we arrive at the Automech facility, we'll unload and begin cataloging the state of the various Automechs.
Are you recording the drive? Cadet, I do not believe this is what the Sergeant intended by documenting the process. Here, allow me to handle it.
Now where's the off switch? Boyd, we're being bombed! Disembark! Lose formation to the beach, double time! We can take shelter in the rocks! Praise the Sovereign. We made it. Halt! Everyone quiet. What's that clacking noise? Oh shit! Crabbles! Form defensive perimeter type 14A!
Defensive perimeter type 14A. Blast-proof defenses. Nice. Okay, well, now to the auto mech repair place.
Who goes there? By orders of Marshal Donaldson, no one comes or goes to the Automech Repair Center without approval. What's your business here?
What's your accent? Well, we can show the access pass that we got from, I believe, the mayor of Westport to enter and get the robot parts.
Now you've done it. Slowing down a ranking protectorate official is worth 10, 20 demerits if you're lucky.
All right, let's not lose our heads over a simple misunderstanding. You're free to pass. Marshal Donaldson likes to greet new arrivals personally. We'll let him know you're inbound, so no one shoots on sight. Oh, and fair warning, watch out for xeranium gas. We sprung a leak.
Uh-oh. Requires science. Sounds serious. Is everyone all right?
Nothing too bad. Aside from the headaches, nightmares, missing teeth, and headaches. One more thing. Don't cause any trouble around these parts. Donaldson runs a tight ship and has zero tolerance for lawbreakers.
Oh, missing teeth, is that all? Access granted.
Yeah.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have and defend it.
All right, well, I don't want to steal any of this. Whoa, what's this fancy gizmo? Ooh, it's a wreck. Can I talk to this person? No, I can't. Okay, so there's an elevator over here. Let's finish exploring the ground floor first. Can't talk to him.
All that matters is getting these automechs to the Vox relay station.
But Marshal, we must adhere to decontamination procedures.
What in the name of the architect? Oh, right. My guards told me to expect a new arrival, right before our chief mechanist decided to harangue me with the latest on our catastrophe.
Marshal, You're acting as though I'm not standing here auguring the impending doom of this facility.
Woodrow, normally I would be obliged, nay, happy, to receive your senseless jawing, but not today. Perhaps this outsider can assist where you've failed. I hope you've come to help, because a crisis is bearing down on us, and I've a dearth of reliable hands with which to manage it.
Depends on what you need, and what I get in return.
You see, Woodrow, why, at this rate, we'll have the facility up and running in little to no time.
That's what scares me, Marshal.
Like you, me and my consternated head technician are new arrivals. Though we may not last long if we fail to repair the uranium leak.
Ooh, well, and you want someone to patch it up. Ideally, someone disposable.
I wouldn't have put it in those terms, but I appreciate someone who speaks their mind. The Vox relay station needs our automechs. But until that leak is fixed, this facility is a target for the sport of Auntie's armaments. Delphinia Bryant is working on a prototype Zeranium shield. Whoever uses it will be less disposable and more useful to the Protectorate.
Requires science. I'll work with Delphinia and see what I can do.
What did I tell you, Woodrow? The situation's well in hand.
Marshal, those automechs have been corrupted with uranium. I can't even cogitate on what they're capable of if we lack the time or resources to approach this rationally. Should they go berserk, we may well be turning the very subject you intend to resupply into their victims. We'd be branded as traitors.
Then perhaps you had better explain to Brigadier Montelli why his defenses are grounded. And you can do so personally, in the comfort of his office.
Montelli? I rescind my objection. May the delicate workings of the paradigm point us toward a better way.
There's a good fellow. Cleave to your loyalty, and it will never steer you wrong.
Dear God, these guys. Right. Quartermaster Automech. Interim Quartermaster Hazel Chapman.
Oh, unfamiliar clientele. I was just lamenting the lack of new faces around here since supplies stopped arriving. And then you walk in. Name's Hazel. I'm sort of the acting quartermaster around these parts. You need any supplies? Talk to my friend the Quartermech here.
Quartermech? That's really what you're calling it?
Quartermaster Automechanical or Automechanical Quartermaster are a mouthful no matter how you spin it. And I despise inefficiency. Excuse the mess, by the way. Auntie gave us a pummeling a few weeks back. The old wardens paid the price. Where their courage faltered, a little mental refreshment should do just the trick.
We can pass an observation check to say, I notice you haven't paid the same price.
When the attack unfolded, I was fixing the automechanicals who laid down their gears in our defense. Our leaders failed to do the same, which makes them more cowardly than an automech. I did my part to uphold the Protectorate. Can they say the same? Now what'll it be?
Can I buy supplies from you?
Aw, I really need someone else to test this thing. Tell you what, if you give it a go and have any trouble, I'll be happy to get you sorted.
Okay.
Greetings, potential customer. State your business.
Let's see what you have for sale.
All wares should be perfectly visible already.
Sorry, it tends to take things too literally. Maybe try phrasing the request differently.
Lull detected. Conversational status uncomfortable.
Hey, we can pass a engineering check to say, initiate commerce.
Does that one compute, big guy?
Affirmative. Initiating commerce is one of this unit's default commands. Initiating commerce.
Yay! Okay, what do we got? The Xyrinator compact rounds. 22 times 3 damage. Fires depleted Xyranium rounds that causes targets to take progressively more damage from this weapon. Can also fire longer in tactical time dilation. Automechanicals will take no damage, and instead will become overcharged, gaining speed and power. Oh, no. I mean, it uses compact rounds, which I have a lot of, but I can't use it on automechs. Still. Ooh, advanced decryption keys. I need that for my side quest. A hover drone, a pet for my ship. Oh, cool. I guess. Repeating rifle stock barrel. Microflex sights. So these are mods. Focus grip. Shock stock. Well, okay, so I should probably get these for the quest. Okay. It's 2,000 bits. I just don't like a weapon that isn't useful on all against all enemies. So I don't think I'm going to get that. But this looks like it's unique and one of a kind, only 1,000, so I'll get the hover drone. Okay. Sell junk. Nice.
See you soon, I hope.
Hello. What is this supposed to be? All right, well, we've got an upstairs here.
Might be wise to get that large gas cloud a wide berth. Don't think there's anything to gain by getting near it.
All right, yeah. Hey, Vox Relay uninitiated keycard. A blank ID card requires encoding to be useful. I have a feeling that will become useful later.
Commander, I think this stuff is eating my lungs from the inside.
Okay, so this leads up to the same building we just explored. No. Marshall Donaldson.
I'm glad that spectacle didn't scare you off. Between the recent attacks and the gas leak, you find us on the razor's edge between reason and panic. Whether or not you're able to help us, I'm grateful to have an extra set of eyes on the problem. Zeranium is hardly my area of expertise, but it falls to me to find a solution, lest I follow my predecessors to their untimely fate.
Do you think Dr. Bryant's invention will help?
I don't think anything. Leak or no leak, we can't abandon our post. The Doctor's Zeranium shield is how we outlast this conflict. My people are fighting a war on two fronts, Anti on one side and Zeranium on the other. I can fight Anti, but I can't fight Zeranium.
What caused the Zeranium leak?
What else would disrupt the harmony of our perfect system? Auntie's choice, of course. A chance shot hit the wrong pipe early into their assault. Zeranium wreaks havoc on automechanicals. Every combat-ready mech in the repair hangar was overcharged and beset with behavioral problems. Further damage soon occurred.
We can pass an engineering check to say the facility's shielding and fail-safes were far from perfect, Marshal.
True, the facility was disrupted, but it was not undone. The Protectorate saw to that. When disorder looms its ugly head, the Protectorate relies on its people to maintain and restore that order.
How's the situation around here?
The situation is deteriorating rapidly, and I need that gas leak fixed. Otherwise, my automechs might as well be paperweights. While I trust that Brigadier Montelli has everything well in hand, that assurance does not alleviate the grim tidings felt in the pit of my bowels. Loyalty and instinct run hand in hand. I'm a Protectorate man, after all. So why should I be ill at ease, despite our stalwart chain of command and dependable kin at the helm? No matter. My unease is nothing when measured against the strength of the Protectorate.
What can you tell me about this place?
This facility's purpose is the maintenance of automechanicals. When the war kicked off, it became a military asset, and I am its second steward. The old staff should have laid down their lives to repel Auntie's choice. For their failure of loyalty and grit, they were punished, and rightly so. Now, their burden is mine, but I won't allow my unit to suffer the same fate.
Okay. Chief Mechanist's warning, Marshal. The evidence shows that exposure to zeranium gas causes near-permanent corruption in the targeting and behavioral subroutines of automechs. Even if we could access the repair hangar, we shouldn't be sending these automechs to the Vox relay station. I know you have your orders from Montelli and that he wants results, but what happens to us when our automechs turn on him? We should discuss this in person, Woodrow. Well, we have an opportunity to get some faction affinity with the Protectorate by completing the quests here, while also helping Auntie Cleo's. Private terminal, and I'm reading this while he's standing right there. Messages, subject, automechanical delivery. Marshal Donaldson. Montelli is asking again about those military-grade automechanicals you promised, and I'm running out of excuses to give him for the delay. You were entrusted with this facility after your predecessors failed to defend it. It distresses me to imagine a loyal soldier such as yourself suffering their fate. Any update you could provide concerning their estimated delivery would be most appreciated. Sooner rather than later, I hope, or more may be punished as the result of the Brigadier General's vexed disposition. Yourself included, in faithful service to the Protectorate, Marshal Corbin. Another request from Delphinia. Dr. Bryant has asked me to extract the catalytic amplifier from our only functional Dragoon. I know you ordered us to give her our full support, but I have reservations about dismantling a working automech. I've denied her request until further notice. Subject, Woodrow. When this damnable war is over, I humbly recommend that head mechanist Woodrow Contos be acknowledged and promoted as a steadfast member of the Protectorate. We may not always see eye to eye, but he is a true asset to the paradigm, and I'm grateful to have him on our side. He would stop at nothing to guarantee victory. Logs. Dear God, my formative years. There is very little to tell. I was selected to be a warden and attended the military academy. Those days were idyllic, drilling, marching, maintaining equipment. Good times. By the grace of the Sovereign, I was then separated into the officer training track. Leadership came naturally, but I soon discovered my true passion. Officers are given access to the writings of previous high-ranking wardens, and to this day I continue to bask in these treasures that have been handed down through time. On the Euphoria Coast Arc, this fine repair center is the heart of the Vox's automated security, a valuable asset and a valuable target. Sadly, the original stewards failed to defend the facility from enemy bombardment. They were consigned to execution and mental refreshment. Now the Ark is my charge, my burden, my inheritance, and failure is not an option. We're small, but we're scrappy. Wartime strategy dictates that major assets be secured before expending resources on retaking minor sites. Our enduring presence here indicates that the tide is turning in our favor. Choice quotes from the previous wardens. While I'm not at liberty to disseminate the full teachings to those of lesser station, I do try to expose others to particularly powerful fragments when and where I can. I know the pearls I cast often end up in the mud, but feel I'd be remiss not to shine the light of knowledge on the unlearned. I count the following among the most inspirational. Loyalty is life. Life is service. Words to live by in these dark times. Trust in the paradigm, but check your supplies. More than one officer has not lived to regret failing to follow that advice. The true have nothing to hide. The false have nothing to show. A reminder that we are each responsible for the other. Know your worth or find yourself lacking. A phrase which applies to all loyal subjects regardless of their station. Right, I'm sure he doesn't mind that I just read that. Well. Well, this is sprawling. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize there was going to be a whole nother town. Hey, automech replacement parts. I believe that's what I need for the other quest that what's-his-name gave to me. Okay. Right. There's the Dragoon. Let me refocus myself. So we came from there. We explored that building. Let's talk to the mechanist, Woodrow Contos.
Give me a sec. Almost done with this work list. Another sealant failure, amplifier requisition, and 2 more cases of uranium exposure. We're a mite bit busy these days.
You and Marshal Donaldson don't seem to be on the best of terms.
The Marshal is under a lot of pressure to deliver automechs to the Vox relay station, but I'm responsible for their quality control. If even a single automech steps out of line, it will be the end of me.
Requires science. So blame the Xyranium gas. Sounds like the damage is already done.
Brigadier Montelli does not accept excuses, and he does not tolerate failure. The Marshal is a good man, but he values speed while I value accuracy. Neither of us is wrong, but in this case, we both can't be right.
Where can I buy supplies?
You want to see the quartermaster. She's right next to the gate you entered through. Under the Marshal's office, she'll only be able to sell you our surplus, but you might find some of it useful.
All right. Technician.
Outsider.
Another vendor. Whoa! These are all mods. Mods for a variety of weapons. Gardner.
This unit is currently unavailable for meaningless interaction.
Wow.
Outsider?
Explosive materials, but I can't. Oh, man. I'd have to steal it all. Okay, so I need to find this lab tech guy to help fix the Xyranium leak. Let's finish exploring these workshops. These are all just nameless technicians. Okay, so we explored all of this. But not this. Lab notes. Experimental log X94. I've managed to consolidate the waveform down to a point where it can be generated by a handheld device, but I need something to project a field using it. One enterprising fellow suggested that the catalytic amplifiers used in Dragoon automechs might serve, and the idea has merit. I'll speak to the marshal about it in the morning. Note to self, one of the automechanicals wandered into my lab, picked up a crate of supplies, couldn't decide where to set them down again, and just gave up. Later I felt a vibration so hard that dust shook down from the ceiling. Must keep an eye on their behavior. Okay, that's giving us a clue about the automech that went to the ceiling, where we got the spare parts already. Delphinia.
Oh yes, I adore interruptions. I was just saying, what's best for stoking the spark of invention? Regular disruptions to one's train of thought. Now what is it you want?
Well, screw you too! I'm Oxhorn, and you are?
Quite busy, as I said, and less pleased for this unscheduled work suspension. Now, did you have some business here?
You must be the scientist the Marshal mentioned. The one working on a shield device.
Ah, our good Marshal sent you, did he? Well, unfortunately, the device is taking longer than expected.
I could always expedite your work in exchange for something in return.
Assist me and you'll get more than bits out of the equation. You'll get a prototype shield gadget, the first of its kind. Now tell me, are you familiar with Xyranium gas?
We could give her a blank stare. Or say, you mean those clouds of fumes around the hangar outside?
One and the same. That building took the brunt of the damage during a recent attack, and now it's spewing valuable Xyranium all over the place. I could speak at length about Xyranium's many captivating intrinsic qualities, but suffice it to say, in its gaseous state, it's rather deadly. So what am I endeavoring to create? A protective device that shields its wearer from Xyranium's remarkably unsavory effects, as well as other forms of harm.
Requires science. Sounds useful. How's that coming?
Quite splendidly, if I do say so myself. The principal function of the device is confirmed operational. I merely need to work out some minor implementation concerns. Alas, while I'm occupied with inventing this shield gadget, I also find myself in need of assistance regarding its key components.
Make it worth my while, and I can be of assistance.
Bits? Is that what this is about? Assist me in bringing the device to completion, and I should have enough material to fashion an additional prototype for you. I imagine a protective field that screens all manner of environmental hazards, not to mention bullets, blades, and other injurious miscellanea, might be of use in one's travels. But if you're unmoved or apathetic for some witless, unsensical reason, I'm sure I can find a way to make it all work eventually.
We can pass a speech check to say, I find that I'm more motivated when there are bits waiting for me at the end of a job.
Suppose I shouldn't expect every average wayfarer to appreciate the extent of what I'm offering. But fine, I'll provide additional monetary incentive if such is what you require. Now here, you'll need this apparatus. It's for collecting stray Zeranium effluvium. Gas, that is. My supply is running low from all the iterative testing I've been performing. Merely activate the device once it's inside a Zeranium cloud, the one around the main hangar specifically. Try to avoid any fields of dense Zeranium, or death is all but assured. Any questions?
Does the gas need to be from the hangar? Wouldn't any Zeranium gas do?
Normally, yes, but on the off chance that environmental exposure has altered the gas here in any way, I'll want to work with local samples. Ideally, the resulting shielding will protect against any gas, but since it's of utmost importance that it work on the gas here, I'll be calibrating against that.
So this is dangerous. I'm in danger?
Well, of course, obviously. To that end, I'd suggest choosing a cloud of lesser density for your collection efforts. Lower chance of near-instant death that way. If you suffer prolonged exposure, assuming you survive, see our local medical officer next door. She is highly preoccupied by the treatment of Zeranium-related maladies. I believe that covers all the necessary education for this particular assignment. Oh, so exhilarating to have a new subordinate. I look forward to thoroughly scrutinizing your work. Now, shoo-shoo! Off with you now! Gather those samples! Shoo!
All right, collect Zeranium for Delphinia. How do I do that? She gave me something. Food and drinks. Zeranium collector. Use with caution. Okay. I guess it automatically collects. Ambient Zeranium. Lab note, Zeranium in its natural state is less concentrated and seemingly less hazardous. Long-term effects on automechanical circuitry and living tissue are inconclusive. Use of a shield device is recommended. Concentrated Zeranium is most commonly found in industrial settings, regulated, and in the aftermath of warfare, hazardous. Protective equipment is required for closer inspection. However, protective equipment is still hypothetical and pending invention, ETA unknown. Ah, and there's an auto dock in here. Nice. Okay, well. Stand by the main hangar to get Zeranium. Right. Damaged loader mech. This loader mech is out of order. There's no obvious sign of what could have caused the damage to its frame. We can pass an observation check of 3 to inspect the gouges. On closer inspection, the dents and gouges bear telltale markings of a scrap bot. One of them must have jumped atop this loader mech on its way to the rooftop. Oh, and that gives us a clue to go to the roof. And this is where we found the spare parts.
Outer chassis sealant test number 14 is confirmed a failure. Zeranium exposure rate appears to be unaffected. Test model displayed standard overload-induced paralysis, then became atypically aggressive. Forced to terminate test model in self-defense.
Okay, so that's the main hangar. And this is the med bay. Dr. Zokatil Foley.
Oh, a new arrival. Oh, and what's this? You, I dare say, are exhibiting clear signs of Zeranium exposure, stranger. Fortunately for you, you appear to have a fairly mild case. I imagine you haven't even noticed any symptoms yet. If you'd indulge me, I have a few questions I'd like to ask, for medical posterity, and so on and so forth.
Go ahead.
First question, can you describe the conditions in which you were exposed to the Zeranium?
I wandered into a cloud of Zeranium gas. Not sure exactly where.
I'll mark it down as haphazard meandering then. All too common these days. More dangerous than one might think. All right, next question. How are you feeling? For instance, do your bones seem noticeably softer somehow? Have you observed any sterility on your way in? Or aching in your thyroid or spleen?
Have I observed any sterility? Oh my god, I think I've gone sterile. I feel reasonably fine, all things considered.
Well, good for you. Keeping a positive attitude can often aid your recovery. I wish more of my patients shared your optimistic disposition. As a token of my appreciation, allow me to provide you advanced Zeranium therapy of the highest possible quality.
Well, crap, I should have come here later.
There, that should do it. Do stop back in if you suffer additional exposure. I would love, be pleased to act as your consulting physician again, should the need arise.
You mentioned Zeranium. Can you tell me anything about it?
Oh, gladly. I've rather dedicated my life to researching its unique form of matter. What would you like to know?
What exactly is Zeranium?
Zeranium is a crystal. Even in its raw form, it generates energy. But once refined and stored in a quasi-gaseous state, its output increases exponentially. Zeranium is found in a liquid state as well, but it's far too hazardous and inefficient for our needs. Refined Zeranium is used to power nearly all major protectorate technology. It's an amazingly efficient power source. However, it's also highly unstable and must be mined exceedingly carefully. Even minor bumps or jolts can cause Zeranium crystals to explode.
Tell me about its dangers.
Zeranium in its default crystalline state poses two risks. First, it's extremely volatile, exploding with an immense burst of energy if upset in any way. Second, Zeranium crystals produce a small amount of gas, which we think helps stabilize its crystalline lattice, but that's just a theory. In this gaseous state, Zeranium is quite hazardous, breaking down organic matter through a mechanism we still don't quite understand.
How long could someone survive in a cloud of Zeranium gas?
The concentration of the gas is a critical factor. A person could remain in a light haze for several minutes, whereas a dense cloud can kill near instantly. Anyhow, I could talk about this all day if I let myself. Hope I haven't bored you unduly. Was there anything else I could help you with?
How do I keep from getting Zeranium poisoning?
Total avoidance is best, but try to get out of the Zeranium as quickly as you can if exposure becomes necessary. Come to think of it, there may be some exciting new breakthroughs in the near future. Our visiting scientist next door is working on a device that shields the user from Zeranium's effects, though she was having a spot of trouble last I heard.
I'll leave you to it. Okay.
What brings you to the establishment?
Caught a piece of shrapnel during the attack. What about you?
Zeranium poisoning. Only a mild case, but the doctors are withholding treatment to study my symptoms.
Sovereign's mercy. How do you feel?
Downright privileged is how I feel. Sick with pride, nauseous with courage, and chronically fatigued with honor.
Outsider?
Stay true, outsider.
Okay, I think that's the full loop.
I'm not sure we should get any closer.
Run away! Run away, run away, run away!
Ah, you're back. And you've been cavorting with Zeranium again, by the looks of things.
Medical treatment.
Certainly. There is a nominal cost for treatment to cover essentials.
Crap. I should have come here first. $50? All right, cool.
All right, then. Hold perfectly still. There. All better. Was there anything else you needed?
Let's see your inventory.
Don't have much to spare, but you're free to have a look.
Blight fortifications, damage resistance while crashing? Hey, an advanced decryption key. Gotta get it. Trauma kit. Okay.
My little minion. I trust you've made progress in your tasks?
Here you go.
What did I tell you? Perfectly safe. Either that or you tolerate Zeranium poisoning like a champ. Good for you. Should you suffer from any lingering symptoms of contamination, visit the medical center and they'll get you squared away. Now, on to business. The device already generates a field exactly as specified, albeit on a very small scale. Still, progress is progress. What's needed now is something to help extend and shape the field around the user.
We can pass an engineering check to say a catalytic amplifier should do the trick, I think.
Capital deduction! Where have you been all my career? You'll be pleased to learn there's one right here at the facility, in the Dragoon that's patrolling just outside.
And we can pass an engineering check to say I'm guessing the locals weren't keen on parting with a rare component.
You guess correctly. Our chief mechanist was rather hostile to the idea. So you may have trouble getting your hands on the catalytic amplifier.
Ooh, requires item. Or science. Okay. Tell me about this Dragoon.
Dragoons are a mainstay of our military. The design has been in production for decades. I had a model of one when I was young. All children did. You must have seen the large automech patrolling the interior grounds. That is the Dragoon.
What was the chief mechanist's problem with your request?
I'm sure he's just being cautious. Should Auntie's choice attack us, we don't want to be caught defenseless. No doubt he also seeks to retain an unspoiled automech, since the others are by now riddled with Zeranium poisoning.
I'll get you your catalytic amplifier.
Good. A flexible mindset should behoove you on this task. Perhaps the chief mechanist will prove more receptive to your request. Failing that, be prepared to exercise creativity if needed. One last thing. The Dragoon must not be harmed. Not only would the amplifier likely be damaged, but we'd both be summarily executed, assuming we survive the firefight that ensued. Well, off you go. Shoo.
Ugh. Right, well, time to pass the speech check. That's what speech is for.
If you need something, kindly make it quick.
Delphinia is looking for a catalytic amplifier.
She and I have been over this 100 times. Please understand, the original staff of this facility were rounded up and refreshed because they couldn't safeguard a protectorate asset. Why should I follow their example by reducing our sole working Dragoon to a pile of unpatriotic scrap. I can't. I won't.
Ah, but we can pass either observation or speech. Let's try passing the observation to say, Donaldson logged in his terminal that you'd stop at nothing to guarantee victory.
Marshall Donaldson wrote that? And in an official record? Well, I don't know what to say.
He also encouraged Brigadier Montelli to give you a promotion.
If the Marshal truly thinks that highly of me, then I have no choice but to live up to my reputation. All right, how's about we get the Dragoon situated over here, so I can extract its vital organ?
Yeah.
One catalytic amplifier as agreed. I hate to lose another Dragoon, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
I trust you're not getting in any trouble over this?
Not a chance. Donaldson has done everything in his power to get this facility online. He can't blame me for doing the same. Be seeing you, stranger.
One moment he says, I can't, I won't. Well, I thought we just salvaged the Dragoon. What's it still doing out there? The next minute he's saying, sure, of course I did.
Well, any closer to obtaining the catalytic amplifier?
Here you go.
Oh, superb. I'm almost tempted to ask how you managed it. But pressing on, just a moment to remove what I need and install it in the prototype. With this gadget, you'll be shielded against more than Zeranium, you know. Damn near everything, as long as it's charged. Now, report to Marshal Donaldson, if you please. He's rather impatient to end this crisis so he can turn his focus back to the war.
Aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, of course. Our little agreement. How could I forget? Your payment as promised. I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but I didn't think you'd last long enough to collect it, which is the only reason I agreed to such a thing naturally.
Naturally. Gas energy deflection apparatus. The gas energy deflection apparatus is a gadget that grants you a temporary shield, protecting you from damage and hazards such as Zeranium. Activating the gadget applies the shield, depleting with damage taken or time spent inside of a hazard. After a duration or enough damage is sustained, the shield will disable automatically. Reactivating the gadget while it's still active resets the duration and the amount of shield remaining. Gas energy deflection apparatus. Okay, I am now prepared. But let's go talk to Marshal Donovan. Oh, is he over there? No, those are my other quests.
What can I do for you this time?
Delphinia finished her device. I've got a working prototype right here.
I knew Dr. Bryant would come through for us, that she'd prove her worth as surely as any subject of the Protectorate would. Seeing as you're the only one trained in the use of that gadget, what say you put it through its paces? Make your way inside the repair hangar and find the control terminal to purge the Zeranium. And be careful with that terminal. We don't want the situation getting any worse.
Your chief mechanist was concerned about Zeranium corrupting the automechs.
Don't worry about Woodrow. Smart fellow, but his cautious nature gets in the way. Yes, there is some risk that exposure to Zeranium will corrupt our automechs, to use his colorful language. That shouldn't stop us from delivering them on time. I'm sure they'll be scrubbed clean once they arrive at the Vox relay.
Oh, he's
but
blunting
that
it.
isn't our problem to solve. You be sure and come back once you've made progress on the leak.
Bureaucratic guy. All right. Let's track the appropriate quest. Okay. So presumably we just press Q. Oh! Healing Zeranium exposure. You've been exposed to Zeranium, yada, yada, yada. Wow, that did not last long. I gotta keep pressing it. What the heck? It doesn't last long at all. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, I see. Okay. I had to run through it. Seal room and vent gas. Okay. Gas venting successful. Flow control systems access unlocked. Access flow control systems. Warning, flow irregularities indicate possible presence of multiple gas leaks. Evacuate personnel immediately. Check system status. Zeranium flow on. Intake conduit number 1 open. Intake conduit number 2 open. Multiple leaks detected. Initiate Zeranium flow shutdown. Warning, shutting down the flow will either intake conduit still open would result in a pressure buildup that could lead to structural ruptures. Ow! Query conduit locations. Conduits are located along the northeastern wall of the central chamber of the building. Access ports for each location are located in the upper levels. Oh, dear God. Okay. Well, we got to close those valves first. Okay. So, are they above us? Two intake conduits need to be sealed before the flow of gas can be shut down. This little poison gun is actually pretty useful. Pretty great. I like this thing. Okay, so they're both up there. Valve 2 and Valve 1. Looks like I got to do some parkour here. Oh no, we got an elevator right here. Nice. Now the elevator should work. All right, we're on the right level now. There's the first valve. Structural ruptures detected. Crap. Oh my. Well, do I drop down? I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't think I'm supposed to drop down. Oh, am I supposed to get over there somehow? How would I do that? How would I drop down from there over there? Unless there's like a hatch. Oh, that I can drop down to over there. There's got to be a hatch. Right, his chat is telling me that I gotta drop down onto this steel beam. Okay, well, somehow I did it. Okay, thank you, chat. Yeah, so there was no hatch. I had to drop down. Structural rupture detected. Short rounds, oh yes. And shells. Ooh, 1,500? No thanks. Way too expensive. Well, I guess we go down. Structural ruptures detected. Oh. Does this mean we're going to have to come all the way back up? This is the same room. How do we repair it? Oh my god. Well, I should have just ignored it. Okay. System status. Both vents closed. Shutdown complete. Okay, report back to Marshal Donaldson. Doggone it, I wish I would have gotten hacked. At least now we can loot and explore this place. Though I think we've gotten everything. Okay, yeah, let's go back to the Marshal.
I hope you brought me good news, outsider.
Your Zeranium leak is fixed.
At last, the tide is shifting. Today, we fix our automechanicals. Tomorrow, we push the unprincipled interlopers of Auntie's choice into the sea. You've done us a great service, stranger, and I would see your efforts rewarded. Alas, we don't have much to offer since our supplies are so low. I hope these bits will suffice. We confiscated them from the corpses of the scouts who attempted to infiltrate this facility a few weeks back. It carries the invaders' taint, but it should spend just the same.
I think I deserve something extra for being overqualified and underappreciated.
Perhaps you're right. Accept this with my gratitude. Now I can show our chief mechanist that he was wrong, and a little uranium poisoning won't do those automechs any harm.
Okay, done and done. So, he's gonna send the automechs to the Vox station. The automechs are corrupted with uranium poisoning, which means the automechs are going to attack the Protectorate instead of Auntie's choice. I'm assuming. I hope that's the plot. Did I get any faction from these guys? One of the reasons I wanted to go through this was for the faction. Reputation. They're not even one of my possible... I don't even have them on the list. They're not a faction that I can side with or improve? Okay. Well, we did everything there. Okay, let's go to the journal. Let's go to quest. A spread to die for. That's next. How many do we have? We have 6 of 5. Oh, we've completed it. Vigilant Hogarth needs your help in getting Westport back on its feet. He's looking for parts to reprogram their old combat mechs to perform essential tasks for the town. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't need his help to get into the Vox Relay anymore, but I did find the mech parts. I wonder if I can go to town and give them to him. Let's see if we can turn in this one, because we've done it now. Dr. Darling says, on your way out, check out the watchtower with elevator at the bottom closer to the main gate. Oh, you're right. I never went up that elevator. I need to do that. All right, I'll go back. Hello, what's this? And that was the only way in, too. Oh, no. That was also a way in.
You've returned. I take it matters are progressing well?
I have 4 more volumes.
Ah, well, then here are your rewards, per earlier terms discussed. I trust you'll find it all useful. Return with the remaining 5 volumes to complete the set, and I shall provide you the rarest rarities available to me.
Oh, I gotta get more? More copies? Crap. 6 of 10. I need 4 more copies. That's mentioned. I don't even know if I can complete it anymore. Okay, well, chat said I needed to go back here. Because apparently there's something at the top of the watchtower.
Welcome. Glad to have you back.
No, this wasn't it. There was an elevator I remember passing. Ah. Oh.
Did the authorities send you? Did my torrent of messages finally convince them of the vast crab-like dangers near at hand? What a relief. In here I thought myself dismissed as a loon.
We can pass a speech check to say if you expect me to stand here and listen to you ramble on, I need payment up front.
Ah, good. A captive audience. Money well spent. You must have spied those nefarious crabbles, roiling, rippling, bubbling, and churning out in the water. No one at the facility believes me, but I've seen it with my own eyes. Crabble numbers have swelled as they gather to defy us. A consortium, nay, an army.
Egads! You might have a legitimate cause for alarm. Thank you, my friend.
You actually believe me? No, stranger. Thank you. With your confidence and support, I believe the crabble threat can and will be defeated. Remain strong, and together we will outlast the crabble.
Right. Thanks for the warning. Okay. Is that what I came here for?
You again. Howdy.
How's your little crabble problem?
Getting better, I think. The crabbles have seemed less menacing of late. Maybe our resolve has worn down their warlike spirit. Or maybe they're just biding their time.
Okay.
You seem nice.
Yeah, he seemed nice. You had me come all the way back just to talk to this crabble guy? Okay, well, we went to the top of the watchtower. Nice. Hello. The Earth Directorate found a flaw in you, kleptomania. You just have to have it. Doesn't matter what it is, but if it isn't yours, you want it. You'll occasionally steal things automatically, but anything you've stolen sells for significantly more. Warning, this flaw significantly changes the experience. Not advised. No, that's going to get me in so much trouble. I just occasionally grab things? No, I'm going to reject that. Okay, well, I wonder if we can give that dude the robot parts. I forget where he was. He moved to Fairfield somewhere. One of those houses in Fairfield.
Give Auntie 2 bits, and she'll give you some new bliss. Give Auntie 5 bits, and she'll give you fish.
I can't recall seeing any of these particular types ever run a scene on each other.
Yeah.
I confess, I'd anticipated a more contentious relationship with our new neighbors. All have been quite welcoming, albeit direct.
When I say the following words, what do you think of? Babylon, cower.
First impressions were determined, unwavering. Had the distinct sense she would have preferred the conversation take place in an interrogation room. But if our situations were reversed, I'd likely feel much the same. I am surprised I can pleasantly converse with those whose worldviews I vehemently oppose. We have spirited debates. In time, I will prove to them the superiority of our beliefs. Well, do take care.
Okay, that's
now,
it.
outsider.
So even if we collect the mechanical parts, once we get to this point in the quest, we can't turn them in. Okay, well. Oh, and I am over time. I'm going to do a hard save here. And that's going to be it for today. I think that means that all we have left to do is to go to the Vox Relay. We need to go get that Scrabbler's Sprat guy thing and tell the guys in that outpost that we cleared the Crabbles in that one area, and then go to the Vox Relay, and then I think that's the last part of this island. But that's all I've got time for today. If you like me playing this game, if you want to see me continue playing it for Scotch and Smoke Rings, let me know in the comments below. If you want to see me switch to something else, let me know, and I'll bear it in mind. Thanks for joining me. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'll see you all again very soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye now.